Hi everyone, and welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. And today, I'm pretty sure we can finish the game. Hi DKP, I'm glad to see you. How you doing? Just a sec. Things seem to be fine. Okay. Let's go. Are you hyped? Sorry, I can't make it. Feeling like home. You know what? This game really hyped me up, to be honest. I want to replay the first games. I feel like they weren't that... What happened? Sec. I feel like they weren't that long. Okay. Continue. So yeah, episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Trial part 4, and that should be the final part. And I bet it's gonna be a long one. But depending on how much it's gonna take us, maybe we will see the beginning of the next game. I'm glad I did. I wish more people gave chance to you know, games that they think that are not gonna be enjoyable for them. Oh, so this is article in question, is it? What is it? The box. What's in the box? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder. So sad. Mr. Windybank is dead. Was gonna... yeah, well, I think it's gonna be empty. But we'll see. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke it into the shop. Right, I remember now. Quick! Let's open it and see what's inside. Let's see. Oh, is it? It's a music box. It's not... Okay. I was wrong. I mean... It's not just a box, it's a music box, so... Okay. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Thursday? Whoa. Wow. Although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. I didn't. I actually thought it was an empty box. Oh, you mean the emojis. You noticed. I'm glad. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Forgot about you. Look at those moving brows. God, aren't they fabulous? David? Yeah. David did. I think I did change it a little bit. He mostly did it, but I changed mouth. Z's, because I think well, I redrew them because I think he just used he didn't draw them but like typed them. I didn't like the look. And I think I redid the glasses. He drew them and I deleted them and pasted the ones I found online. Then, is it too much to expect? But yeah, most of the... basically all the emojis that are drawn are made by David. Some are altered by me. I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device to be for the playback of this disc, my lord. Okay, I guess today I'm gonna have problems with reading. That's not good. This is not the game to have such problem in. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at the Windy Banks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why? For heaven's sake. Yeah, I do have water. I did drink some before stream. Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Huh. You're not in school. Put your hand down. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yeah, like, it's the first thing we should do. Why we don't do it right away? Oh, yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious music at last. Wait, my lord. What? I knew he was suspicious lately. He doesn't want us to listen to it. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are... well, they are unrelated to the case. What do you mean? No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly beat of music. I mean, doesn't hurt.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Hold it, sounded like a kid. Did it? Well, I kinda thought it was Ryunosuke. Can't say it was a kid though. Clearly there is every chance that it's fundamentally important to understand. And understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence. It skipped by itself, I didn't press anything. Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. He's talking about himself in third person? Someone said that people who's talking about themselves in third person are humble, but I think that's it's proven that it's not true. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Finally, oh my god. Doesn't really sound like a music, but rather like a sequence of something, you know? Well, he didn't speak his name. Morse code. Not really. Morse includes short sounds and long ones. This... But something similar, I guess. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. You just don't understand it. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. His little dance move is ridiculous. After all, the music box is broken. How do you know? It's broken? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think so. You're lying. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. We're accusing people now. It's a courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a clue? He moved his mouth this time, like as if he was actually speaking it out loud. It could be a clue, come on, obviously. Obviously. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can be have any meaning whatsoever. Well, I mean, yeah. Like speak? That's weird. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. See? Like, right now it's clear thoughts. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously. Yeah, he does seem like evilishly happy. You know, like chuckling to himself. Don't choke. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. He's also kind of happy, no? Assholes. Can hear it. Can't she? Oh, it's just that they're, you know, they're in tune with each other. That's so cute. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound. As if he's familiar with it somehow. Oh, really? And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming? I can't remember, God, has on this case. Chiming, right? Chiming, I think. Chiming. Okay. It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is an unusual genre. Not supposed to be the music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sound we are hearing our music. Oh, he's not smiling anymore. Look at him. I bet detective is probably sweating. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Hee, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. I'm better than him.
Objection!
The sounds we are hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you have told us what they are, what they are not, I'm gonna have to tell you what it is. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Some kind of code? Maybe a hidden message? I don't know how we're gonna... Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Maybe you can help me here. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They have got me. I don't know what the answer is. Yet. Runo? He's like... What's with his face? I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. You're so smart. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Really? Like... Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I have no idea what you guys talking about, though. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we have seen so far, all the testimony we have heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. I don't get it. Aren't you with me on this, though? Alright then. Help me. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Dots. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... I have no idea. I should save. Did I try to, like, tear it off? Maybe there's more written behind it? Yeah, nice music. I like it, Joe. I have no idea. Do you have any ideas? I can't even think of anything that's in my possession. Like, story manuscript definitely doesn't have anything to do with it, right? Why do I even still have these with me? It's just that what she signed up for me to be her lawyer. That's all. Blood samples, ticket code, completely not related, right? Iris's manuscript, like, unrelated. Case notes checked just now. Paper now. The disc. Yeah, I also thought about it, but I mean, that's the only idea I also had, so I don't think I checked the bullet, did I? Fired from the Skulking Brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out It never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hey, Harley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. I mean, yeah, he's still, I think they even said he was in coma. Is he still in coma? Okay, let's try.
Take that!
I don't think it's this. Nah. I'm actually surprised that it's not working though, because I have no idea. What else could it be? A rhythmic tinging sound the music box makes is definitely familiar somehow. It's almost like some sort of code. Yeah! The question is how to show that the tinging? Is that tinging? Sound has a connection to this case. Perhaps I should have a good look through all the evidence again. Maybe, what are you saying? I need to, like, completely thoroughly check every item I have? I don't feel like it. I've checked the ticket, Gina. Blood samples? Tingin. No, it's not possible. If you like the game just won't let you get to the court if you don't do everything needed. You just won't continue, that's all. You'll get stuck. And in court, everything is presented during, like, as you progress in the story. I do like pressing buttons too. What if we... What if I need to check it with this thing? This is ridiculous. What do you want from me? I did check Susato notes. Doesn't seem like there's anything that I can use right now. Victim found deceased on the last... notes are about the previous case. Remember when McGilded's case? On the last scheduled omnibus of the year, after a stab wound to the abdomen. Brickmaker, East End of London. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. And that's it. Evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... That's totally not it. Guns? How are they can be connected?
Take that!
Obviously. I just don't know what else. I'm just gonna throw everything into your face. I think I checked, like, thoroughly, didn't I? Me neither. And I did think, what if we need to look at this pattern with the stereoscope? I guess not. It should be more logical. Well, okay, I read that. What about this down here? Secret communications. That's it. I found it. I've read it before. I forgot what it was about. I guess that's it.
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker perished in peak purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. That's what you think. Yeah, another article. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes. This is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and linked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in form of wire telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. She might know something, yeah? Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Right. He's also working there. Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Why didn't she speak beforehand? Like, everyone listened to this tune or whatever. I don't think she's actually getting it right. Can we trust her? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. Couldn't hear it. Hey. But she was listening to the whole case. I think she's even like telegraphing the whole case to someone. I believe it's called Morse code. Oh, so it's but this doesn't sound like a Morse code. They all have the same length. It's the same sound. Morse code is short and long sounds. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, they don't? Here they do. There could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Hi, Ayashimi. How are you? Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? I have no idea. Maybe not government secrets. But secrets it is. Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is a high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? Something you don't want to have in your life. The sorts of words I'd have expected you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. What you missed? Not much. We just figured out what the... Well, we found the box. Box turned out to be a music player. We played a disc and it turned out not to be a music there. Apparently it's some Morse code. Someone needs to tell us how does it translate it. Excuse me, I know exactly what Morse code is. I literally had to deal with it in Penumbra. But in the end, Magilda perished, and all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, Whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because of the disc if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. Ouch. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Where's your smile? You think I've been stealing government secrets? I'm not sure it was government secrets, so I don't, like, that must be a secret that you didn't want people to know about. Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. Response to... Wait, what? Do we need that shit? We just need to decipher the message and that's it. Be happy. Go home. This is dumb. Why do we have to listen to his answer to this? Objection? No, I think there was already objection before. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Vindybank. Illegal if it's... But we don't know what's in there. That's the problem. I don't know even why they think it was like... They only came to this conclusion reading that article, but the message could be anything. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is known as serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Let us proceed. That's the inspector, right? No. Huh? That's your voice? Wait, I'm surprised. Flagacious. Is that how you pronounce that? Flagacious. Criminal. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. Rabbit and pork? I wouldn't object to that either. Can I have some? I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulking. Occupation is professional Betty. we know. What? Criminal. Are you sure that's exactly how it's translated then? Maybe there's another... name's Ringo Skulking. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. Yeah, that's right. We're what they call the three skulking bravas. Inspector's like, I'm not with them. Stop looking at him. I bet he is indeed his brother, isn't he? Like, isn't he? Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Oh. Another testimony. Okay. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I'm no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we would know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Yeah, I bet. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Mr. Skulkins? Or Mr. Skulkin? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? What? What do you mean? Oh, of getting in the shop? I think they already did, no? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. That's a very impressive chin indeed, I just noticed. Now I want to rub his chin and his cheeks. We did, Gav, we did. You guys are dumb. You could just say, no, you heard me wrong. That didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. Just pretend. Quiet and down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. Yeah? You weren't there at night. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Indeed. So who shot him? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Yeah, you definitely should, I guess. So, we're not gonna decipher it. That's very upsetting, I gotta say.
Hold it!
Let's press his butt. So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? Probably like, how could I possibly know? Yeah, I expected that kind of answer from him. What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work, never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Yes, please say something. Let me guess. Juror number 5. Permission to decipher. But who do you ask permission from? What if it... from where? The president? We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you are being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Wow, that's fascinating. Look at her eyes. She's so in love. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. He's her idol even. Wow. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Do say something. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. She probably... Wait for it, we're probably gonna, waste another hour before we find out. And he has received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. What kind of coincidence that we have another operator here? Insane. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. Wow. That's something you don't want to hear from your idol, I think. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
So was it? What is it? They're not? Listen carefully here. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. He's laughing. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court. Whole life is a lesson. As long as you live, you are learning. Yeah. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. I literally told you about that when you said it's a Morse code, and I told you that's not the Morse code, because what we listened to was literally the same sound of the same length played like just in a different there was a different distance between them. But Morse code is when there's two types of sounds, which one is a short and another one is like longer. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? So who's gonna pay attention here? But it sounds familiar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. Of what? But there's no discernible meaning of this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Scrap. Not crap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. It's okay. Bon appétit, Ayashimi. What are you having? Another on top to make a complete code. I don't think it's possible. Must be some way to decipher it. Another way. I mean, if you just put on, like combining two disks, not sure if it's possible. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. There's no holes in this thing to combine the discs, so unless there's another disc with holes. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? You don't say, Iris. I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Tail. There's still every possibility that this box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. No, not last stream. Actually, I'm having this week here. That's the belief of the defense. At least. Objection! Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Yeah. It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Don't go. Nah, I need some fresh air. But I'm probably gonna move there next week, since I decided to postpone my vacation. There are some things that are better here, that's for sure, which is an actual shower and a toilet that's like two feet away from my room. And not like a walk through a street. But still. It'll bleed us just to go. Yeah, you could say so. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh, what is it, Renault? Heated. Mine is not really heated, but still warm, yeah. I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right! Well, come on then. Open. Another music box? A secret music box. On the street. Well, it's like a small... Yeah, it's a small wooden structure separately from the house. Yes, you have to leave the house, walk on the street a little bit, and then enter it. Shrek bathroom. Yeah, pretty much. Look at that! There is another movement in the underside. On the underside. Does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Oh, another, and then play them together. Well. Mosquitoes. Yeah, those suck balls. Hate them. I'm probably gonna come back home with all, like, patched. My whole skin's gonna be like red dots. Gotta hate it. Big dots. Eat you? Come on. Nah, they don't really go there. I think. Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. But we don't have another disc, do we? They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Present! Oh, good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box. And the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Now we have to find the disc. This is beyond joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claim. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. I forgot it how. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc or discs. My dog ate it. Oh my god, that would kill it, I think. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. But you came to steal it still. So you obviously had something to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Coincidence? They are not holes though, they are protruding things like spikes. It's not holes. That's my chair. Why is my chair already making these noises? I'm so upset. Like, there was some low-class brickmaker negotiation with McGilded anyway, was it not? No relation to the to the ban. Wait.
Hold it!
No! Fuck. Hmm. 2 months ago, in that omnibus, Mr. McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. Because it was his he was actually a spy? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Can I? Already?
Hold it!
Silly me thought we was just popping over for a natter. After all them years, but the roller had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulking. After all them years, you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We are a sociable kind of baddies here now. Yeah, you do seem like... Cheeks! Oh my god! Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China. Old China? What? What's going on here?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulking? Hey? No, the other Mr. Skulking. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Ah, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. Old business trade. Old China. Why China though? Why no old Russia? Look at those cheeks. Look at them. What's he thinking about when he's rubbing his cheeks? This music is so suitable. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Oh, good old days. By the way, the guy on the left is also rubbing his chin. This is getting weird. Oh. Was still kinda is. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Gore blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulking's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Milverton? Did you say that's not his name? Is that his name? Milverton is the name of the victim in Omnibus Murder. But aren't you guys talking about the guy to the left of you? Well, a little bit more to, like, there's two people, but another left guy. Save it until after the trial. You reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. But what he just said, it was important. And neither does your fruit. They were hungry, come on. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we were answering. Hey, yeah. We ain't done nothing wrong. I agree. No fruits allowed. Guns, swords, knives, wines. What else is alright? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes! Add it, quickly. My lord. Yes, Consul. The brother's sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, Consul. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Can I straight up present? Like, present? Because I know Skulkin? Can I?
Objection!
Okay. I can't. Not now.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Milk. Got milk? Just a little scheme we had going back when he was young. We was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals. That's what it was all about. Cute, sweet. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Why are you sweating? I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. But on what? Model. Well, I mean, still would be interesting, like, what's the catch? But we're here for something else. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulking's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. Oh no. The fruits are back. And where did the Milverton part come from? That's our guy. Alright.
Hold it!
Enough of this. Are you afraid?
Objection!
Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... Hey, it weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah. His old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? Oh, so it's still your legal name, eh? Okay. But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? That was his father? In the omnibus? Of course not. This is all buncombe. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? Yeah, I've been relying on them for a long time now. Strangely. You are a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Maybe he also changed the name. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So, Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. that information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. He's a childhood friend. Yeah, All of a sudden, we seem to be up on our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windybank's. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, it was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I wonder. What is that? I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here. Didn't we already do everything we could? Could be those two brothers. We did it. No relation to the man.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by the name for years. It means nothing to me. Is it? No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I don't understand how you guys don't get it. Like, we were already talking about the omnibus thing, so you should have probably remembered the names of participants in this case. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. I'm actually... what kind of coincidence that Susato gave me notes exactly for this case? Like, why would I need it? Why would she keep it if the case was closed and McGilded was even dead? Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton. Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Case was really... Was it? I guess she maybe already guessed that stuff could be connected. I don't know. I don't. She remember before she departed, she was also in hospital room with Hairlock. I don't know what's going on there, but it was suspicious as hell. I wonder it will be like, I don't know, explained. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those Maybe you should just do that then. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Is that how it was? Interesting, you were still working with your father? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. McGilded. Obviously guilty. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information from being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. By the deal with McGilded went sore, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc in a pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at the Windy Banks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. I wonder how he acquired the information that he needed to get the stuff from pawnbrokery. But that attempt failed. One of the discs were seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of skulking brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
We never knew nothing about that.
On the night that Mr. Windebank was killed, they stole the disc. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. Is rather ingeniously demonstrated, using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. He surprisingly sounded like a Van Zeeks. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Oh, there is. But he can't be just hiding it in the sleeve, right? It's not that small, is it? What? 2 nights ago, We know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. Boop boop. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet, Calendar. Oh. It must have touched him. That's a lot of blood, by the way. If it just touched his shoulder or whatever arm. Yeah. Struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's the bullet wound, isn't it? I mean, can we really prove it now? There's no bullet, obviously, in his hand, so... Can be just any wound. He gotcha now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. But you are friends, how could you say something like this? And they are so cute. They're kinda dumb, I agree. Easy to recognize. I mean, it would be not like straight cut, it's probably like torn skin and tissues, but I don't know. Can you though, still? Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid a spare 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you have noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Oh, that's how you call it, adventures. That's literally how this game is called. The Greatest Attorney, Adventures. Which is packed with another second game, and they both are called Chronicles. Very confusing, isn't it? Different from a knife. I mean... Well, I guess. Is there another way to get that kind of wound besides the gunshot? It is. But all that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Let's dance. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is that they were working together and he was there and like he's all connected to all this shit. Obviously, something just fell. Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet... Oh, that there must have been another gun. And we have to find that gun. To find out if there were more shots. It's an endless shot inception. More guns endlessly. The bullet from Skulking Brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windebank was shot by a third gun. There can be never enough guns. Which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Isn't the blonde guy the third intruder himself? What do you mean? Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windebank that night is you. Oh, that's what you mean. But you little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? Why? What? What's that supposed to mean? I'm dead? There's gonna be a fourth gun? And the fourth bullet is gonna be inside me? Yes, as you rightly say. I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility of what? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. I can't trust you right now, dude. You can tell me all the lies. You see? This makes me a key witness. No, this makes you a culprit. I mean, suspect, not the witness. And I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. That just makes you even more suspicious right now that you said that. Are you suggesting? I saw it all. Right. She probably did too, you know. And I don't know. We're probably gonna hear another testimony from his lying ass. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? Plus he's like... Obviously. Well, it would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Theatrical. Any trial in this game series is very theatrical. He basically said no you. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. I'm gonna prove it. Oh, I understand fully. A formal testimony. After what we have just found out, we're probably... yeah, fine, whatever. Just go straight to your testimony. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my hand. Threw over? I can hardly imagine that. I mean, wouldn't... The whole table seemed to be untouched. Threw over, everything would be like scattered on the floor, no? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door though. The accused, in the black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Shit. I did see the black coat being all bloody. Indeed. I bet he knows it. Only because he was wearing it at the point. And he probably put it on her after everything was done. How did he... Oh, I don't know. Trustworthy. Yes, we can trust him. Absolutely. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole. So I picked it up and made my escape. But she was holding a gun in her hand. Good gracious. This is quite extraordinary testimony. He's so full of himself. I want to slap him. Slap it. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Yeah, I can say that too. I've seen it all with my own eyes. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. Picture on Twitch avatar? What do you mean? Hey Mapo. Huh? You mean? Well, I think YouTube has the same picture if I'm not wrong. It's an old photo though. I'm like 18 or something there. Maybe early 20s. He likes being slapped. I'm not sure. It doesn't really look like... But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. Recent. Yes. Nah, probably, maybe, like... Well, maybe in between, like 18, 20 or something like this. It's an old photo. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. What? You knew? What the fuck? They all work together, right? What? Watermelon! What? I want watermelon. Actually, they start to be good only in August here, so... Whatever. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. Who shot Herlock then? You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? He's not wrong about that, though. It was on the coat. We've seen it. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Oh, really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Don't look at me. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Oh shit, please no. What? What do you mean, what? She's wearing it. And she's in court. Probably, right? We're trialing on her? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So, here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. Okay.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Why pour some wine just to destroy it? This doesn't look good, Bruno. Yeah. Why not? Are you down?
Well, we know, don't we, that there is blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat.
I wonder why she's still wearing it though. If I would found out that there, like my clothes is like all over, there's blood all over it, and it's just dried out, I wouldn't be wearing it. Especially knowing it's not my blood. I mean, I wouldn't wear it in any case, but yeah, poor wine. Oh, help! You're right. Oh, help? I was forgetting what happened yesterday. To you?
Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot.
At least she warned. Okay, they explained that you can't see blood because it's black coat. But what about the sleeves? They are not black. And you can't see these blood stains. Someone washed it? My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
That's suspicious, Irianovsky.
Overruled. Lord 16, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. Cross-examination. Okay. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Consul. Yes, my lord. Yeah. I know. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Come on. We know we will win. We will win. We always win because we are the main characters. We will win when they are bad people. We protect. Actually, I'd like to know... Wait, did he... 6 statements? I thought it was shorter. I feel like I could already present an evidence to something. What was it? He said that he took the gun. She tossed the gun out of the peephole. But wait a second. I don't have the picture of her holding the gun. Wait, is it? Gina was holding when she was found unconscious.
Objection.
That's Ron? How is this Ron? He literally says she tossed the gun, but she was found with a gun in her hand. Behind the closed door. And that's not a contradiction? Fuck you.
Hold it!
Mr. Vindybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Yeah, you know what? They do look like nice people. I believe them. First one, I already forgot. Wait, what was that? Scouring. That was the first one. Says the pair who carry a gun. It's just to scare away scary people. Okay, thanks. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went to Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me, little bruv, but the old geezer, chucked me over the blooming counter. So I pulled me gun out on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting up the poor defenseless pawnbroker together. Shame on you. I mean, they don't look like the strongest people in the world. Sorry, Gav. How can you be mad at this face? You can't.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes. Though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it did would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. I mean, depends on how deep it went. Wait, why are you still here? Didn't he go to do stuff? Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think?
Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. Good lucky. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to show me out the way, and then he scarpered through the door out back.
At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about the peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door's solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night.
And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well?
Not likely, Gov. I didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. Well, one of them is just too short to even get to it, so understandable, I guess. So the Skulking brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we have already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Oh, you can distinguish guns like that? Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. So, could you care to tell us where this gun is right now? Because I don't think we've seen a third gun. Who got rid of it? You were there, you should have seen it. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. You do realize that she was with him. Was found with him in the closed room. So even if what he said, she threw the gun out of that small window, it would have to be inside the shop still, unless someone took it from the crime scene. Who are you asking to show you the third gun, by the way? I wouldn't mind to see Van Zieg's third gun. Wait a second. But no other gun was found at the scene.
Under the scene. Under the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at the moment that the little gutter rat, shot him in the back. Eh? A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
Oh, all over her. Yes, through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But the hands, they're not, but I assure you, that garment is solid with the victim's blood. Well, it is solid with blood, that's for sure. Are you saying it could be someone else's blood? But it's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? It's not? Who's that? I have no idea. It can't be his blood, can it? Wait a second. I'm sorry. Mr. Windibank's blood is blue. Didn't we check her coat? What color was it? Was it green? Purple. But who's purple? Thrice Mason? Mason is purple? Wait, okay. Can they have the similar blood because they are related? It's his father. No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed. Ah. Amazing. 2 months. No one washed this thing in 2 months. I mean, even if it's a dried blood, like, the cloth would be, like, it would be visibly still dirty. Weird, yeah. She literally says that every person would have different color, which is quite incredible. Smells. Ugh. What? It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. Yeah, but they don't. Makes kind of sense. You should go to, I don't know, some kind of institution, show them your stuff, and so it would be officially accepted. And not only you would know about that. It's awful. I mean, iron. Just pretend it's iron. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Oh, bother. Makes me think of Lara Croft.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door. So where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl drove the gun through the peephole onto the floor of my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. Dumbest thing to do, don't you think? I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. When Zeke smells some bullshit. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. Oh, are you guys, like, okay? Now I'm gonna imagine how they're gonna be showing their guns to each other. I left the clear up of my lackeys and left. Eh? Clear up? We'd made a bit of mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our blooming mom sometimes. Oh, I want you to be your mom. Can I? Those cheeks. He's just so cute. He's probably older than I am. Wait, do we know? I think we know their ages, don't we? 20. Oh my god, he's younger. Yeah, I think I checked it before. He's younger than me. I could be his mom. Not really, but still. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Compare guns later. Can I watch without registration and for free? Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with a second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
What's going on there? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? Oh, he doesn't like that someone said something or what?
Excuse me!
What's going on here? Nipple alone. Gentlemen. Yeah, I told you he's suspicious. He'll... Something's wrong, Sunshine. That should be my lie. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulking in the courtroom in front of the whole, like, audience and the judge and everything. Blimey, Dee's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? The song. What about it? This sounds like the... something I would hear in the main game. Really? I'm glad. God, I think you're getting freaky again with those witch lines. I think they just hate me in general with me playing games, especially at night. You saw him. He grabbed me. We saw. Why the blazes? You said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? Well, true. And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door.
No one will hear you. Yes! I wish I could stream from there. Just sitting on the toilet. Hi guys! Having a nice day. How are you? Practicing magic. Sorry about that. Babe. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Heh, God blame me. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D. What does D mean? Gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He would normally grab someone. Dude. D. Is nuts. I already made that joke. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yeah, only with you though. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Sus. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. No, they checked the blood on the coat, didn't they? Huh? I have the result. They have the results. Best of Noveria, but the year isn't even like isn't over yet. But I was thinking of I can't really do I would have to download the clips beforehand though, because download it in there I will have a limited set of gigabytes for internet when I'm gonna be there, so it's better to download everything beforehand. But I was thinking about that. The blood on the accused overcoat. Did you forget already with your wine and everything? Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Semester. Something like this. Like best of the half of the year. I presume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, Consul? Because I already knew about the blood? And checked it with my magical gun? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Maybe some can. Sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence?
I did not say that, did I? It's indecent. But... And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. I just said that he had blood on his jacket. I didn't say he was a murderer. Maybe he hugged the person after they were stabbed. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bully disgrace. Treachery. That's what it is. Please shut up. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help me to answer to that problem pop up out. It can be done. But... Eating the fruit and core. How are you enjoying that? Is it tasty? Like, a lot of watermelons here, especially if it's like too early in the summer, are not even sweet. Mr. Schultz is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I mean, I'm not the one who created the whole thing. It was 10 years old girl. Wait, didn't she say it was Hurley's invention? I held out pirashki to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Wait, what? Why? Because you must have scared him with your looks. Oh my god, look at that. Mouse? Yeah, look at that. Haha. Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of public's imagination. He came, his name carries. Already. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. You're just saying that because he's in hospital, but would you say that in his face? Ah. Sweet. So envious right now. How could you say that? So you can eat them whole year? Like, you literally can have them whole year. I mean, some stores sell them, like, you can get them in summer, in winter here too. But they would be super expensive and most likely not very tasty. A victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. Yeah, or if he was wearing the coat at the moment. Maybe. I don't know. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Right in my heart. My lord. Who's that? Been a long battle. Oh no. Oh shit. I know where this is going. Final decision. I betcha. It's not final.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Well, grapes, oranges, and apples here. Wait, grapes, bananas, oranges, and apples. Also something you can pretty much find here. Whole year. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Rarest ones. December. Here cherries are mostly in the summer. It's so interesting. Here's to any attempt to Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Wow! I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? That's normal. Get used to it. How very distressing. Who's that? To be held in such low esteem. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I know you? Officer? December is summer here. That's insane. You have delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Sholmes? I was thinking about it, but I don't know. Is it? I don't recognize. I know that voice. It is? Am I going mad? Ah! It is, isn't it? Ah! Hi! You're okay! Mr. Sholmes! Oh no, are we gonna do the deduction thing? What is the meaning of this? Oh, dog. What business do you have here, detective? I hope he heard what you just said about him. The last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. Well, there is apparently more meaningful things to do. As well as I would be, had I not been set up on an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. To rise from the dead. The detective was like seeing a dead walking there. It can't be. Oh my god. Don't squeeze potatoes though. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what matter, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Ziggs? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time.
Haven't spent so long already. Exactly, haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. Sass. As I was saying, haven't spent so long already. It would seem churlish to deny the defense. A mere 5 minutes. Oh my god, you're so sweet. Oh, and Zeeks. Can I hug you? Hey! Very well done. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. That's more than I need. with Sholmes. Oh, I thought we would have a recess. My dear fellow, I apologize for my hardly arrival. Tardy? Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? He seems to be totally fine, which is weird. Wasn't he in coma, they said? Oh, right. I'm alright now. I mean, I'm all wrong. Wait a second. Didn't we see... I mean, the moment when we saw Susato visit him, was it before operation or after? Because I think he was in coma after operation. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Oh my god. He's not in condition. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Harley, this place is full of idiots. That's a topic for another conversation, girl. We need to discuss something else. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well. That concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty. Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What is that? Looks cute. What's inside? Is that a food? A lavender furoshki wrapping. Shh, very beautiful color. A living present. From Miss Susato. That must be a bento. From Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. How? Is she, like, can she predict the future or what? Sausage octopus. I'm not sharing my bento. Get your hands off it, DKP. That's mine. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly, as you are wont do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. So that's why she visited you. A living present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Why didn't she just give it to me? What is that? Some kind of gun thing? What is this? That's not bento. Ow! You can have a DKP. It's the machine I made. weird. Holes for cats. Right. That is so weird. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? How did you remember this? God. I call it the cat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Like, does it also, like, it doesn't just make a hole, it makes a door for it too. Like, how? How is this possible? How does it work? What's Susie up to? Remember. I mean, I love them too. But I didn't remember. Mrs. Sutter muttered the following words before she left. I am a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't you say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left me Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. And that is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic then. So Sato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? I have no idea. Your 5 minutes is over. Was it 5 minutes? I bet it was more than that. We're out of time already? Are you leaving, Sholmes? I am grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, we'll rub our guns later. The die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are anonymous in their leanings, no doubt by my Lord Fred, who will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? Bluff? Through whole thing? The rest is down on me. To me. I have no idea. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. I still have 3 attempts and save option. My lord, the defense requests. I think we weren't done with cross-examination though. Actually, I will just look up, but I would choose cross-examination. Yes, that's the correct one. Who needs that? We weren't done with that.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. But I'm not gonna cross-examine a new witness. I'm gonna continue with the witness at stand.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Interrupt the cross-examination. Temporarily suspended. So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is this the first time he made this move? I don't think I've seen this before. I touched his heart. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford Counsel, you must choose but one statement and but one piece of evidence to present. A single chance to present evidence? You know what? That's actually great. That only makes it faster, right? If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? My lord. Yeah, I guess. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Androjodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. No! I leave this in your capable hands. Oh my god, is he okay? Miss? Mr. Sholmes! Poor Sholmes. Like, imagine how much strength it required for him to come here. After his operation. To stand so innocently? So, what is it? Sauce? Before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Yeah. Very impressed. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? No. I can't be. I thought he was gonna do this. Okay. One statement. One piece of evidence. 9 doors, 9 rooms, 9 hours. Wait, one person's. God. Great series, by the way. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down. Or Iris. Or Gina. He did that. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. Is that what I need to present since I just got it? This makes no sense. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Does this mean I can't press? The moment of the shooting again. But there is an option to press. Give me a sec. I'll save and try to press. Was I pretty much at the end?
Hold it! Objection!
No, my learned friend. I take issue with you. Oops. His lordship made it clear that the defense is permitted to present only a single piece of evidence. Yeah, I can't press on them. Stern punishment of any mischief used to make more of this cross-examination. Okay. I was still near to the entrance. Sharp pain in my arm. Pursued the man, but he shot himself in storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. I have no idea. I have no idea. Can I just check this item first? Ew, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can't get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinders in the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mince meat or of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say that, what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flapomat is that it's a green weapon of door destruction. Wangahai is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. That's what kitties make you do? Okay. Cats are really scary then, eh? So, can it actually be used as a weapon? But I mean, we would probably see this used as a weapon. Deadly themselves. They can be. I mean, I have no idea. I don't know what they want from me here. I mean, I got this item at specific time right now. So is the game trying to tell me I need to use this as evidence or whatever? But I don't see it connected to anything right now. Maybe she tossed the gun out of the peephole, and then I present this, and we're like, it's not a gun. It's a thing that makes... I'm gonna just save again and try it, because...
Objection!
Graydon. Maybe... No. Maybe he thinks it's a gun. But the truth is... This is not a gun. It looks like a gun. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Ah, it's my cat Flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. Or, you know what? In the picture, in the flashback, we were shown of the door. That little opening of the door did look like one of these, like little doors for cats. Maybe this was used on the door. You may be right. Maybe he did use it on it. And that's how they were probably hiding in there. He made it. How did he get this thing then? Is it sold in stores? And that's how he killed the guy. But how did she get the gun in her hand? I guess she was already having it. Small doors for cats. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. You can, you know it. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Well, I don't think so. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap on the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windebank had taken place. Oh, that's right. According to the paperwork at Yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Cholmes. Wanda. You would buy a whole contraption just to make a little door for your cat. Just do it yourself. Nice. Yeah. I love it too. First games have a rather very simplistic kind of music. Hard to explain. I don't know. Sounds similar to, like, I don't know, 16-bit or something games, but I love them. Not for the cat. I'm done.
Why don't you just leave it open a little bit? Yes, the three of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Wait a second, does this mean she did that? She made the peephole. Wait a second. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Yeah, me too. TKP, me too. Of course, there was a peephole in the door. I say as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. We can't prove it, can we? We can't prove when exactly that it was made and whether it was even made by us. By her. What? No! You could just pretend, dude. Play it cool. This is farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. How could I not know that? Like, she would... Didn't we arrive there together? Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. Well, it was a smart way of tampering with it because she didn't really touch anything, in a way. But still, yeah. That is the most serious act of vandalism. Good thing she's in Japan now. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Right, he did leave. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. For cats. Explain yourself, counsel. Didn't I just explain it kinda already? The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based on him seeing the moment of the crime. Yeah. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have yet seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. He was... Did you see that? He was pointing at Van Zieks, not at the guy.
Objection!
None whatsoever. As my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Into that. Stop. It's right there, you criminal scum.
Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plain plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Well, we can test it on any door here, if you'd like. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. Probably can cut even through flesh. I mean, not even. Flesh is so much easier to cut through, so... That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I don't believe it. Test it on his face. Oh no. No. I don't want another trial here. Would we need a trial if they just all witnessed my... the murder? I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey. Time for dinner. Oh, she made it. Oh my god, you're so cute. Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps at the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. Too late. Too late. It's destroyed. I wonder if it's also called an act of vandalism. Is she gonna be prosecuted now too? So many cases. I'm not protecting her. I know she's guilty. I'm not losing any cases in my life. No, thank you. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at the Windybanks was made by your machine. True. Can we really prove it? Is there a way to prove it? And there's no way you can prove that it was. No? But it's easy. Oh. More cat friendly now. I don't think they want cats in their courtrooms. What? The cat flaps my cat Flapomat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Windybanks are an exact match. Could be a coincidence. Hehe. Oh, Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. What if the cat was a witness? Do you know something? And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. Quick, make someone run there and check it out if it fits. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Wait. I probably can, I bet. We have pictures. Can we see something there? Oh, it's not really visible, is it? Ha! It's visible! Wow, we didn't notice the difference. There is no hole in here. But there is a hole here. Oh. I can prove it. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Wensix? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. Mind blown. Was it not there? I thought we checked everything thoroughly. Like, I was looking at the picture. I mean, it's hard to find the difference
if they are not like compared one like at the same picture. Like you have to switch between them. It's not the same. I guess I didn't really look too carefully there. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
What?
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, Counsel?
Don't give up now, Rooney.
Rooney.
This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
And she's just in general a great girl. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event, and not before. I guess you can put both. Any would probably go.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? Yeah, cool cameras, by the way. My judicial assistant, Miss Osato Mikatoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause of doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof in this is this photographic print, Counsel. He knows he's done. This print shows a scene and shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. Mercilessly. But more to the point. It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of the peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Wow, nice moves. He's up again. They didn't make his position like lying down there from behind, unfortunately. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony has entirely was fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. That's not... I mean... That's for another trial, okay? She's probably never coming back, though.
No. I guess I should go home too. But more importantly... good lord, there's more Lord 16? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. You are the prosecution. I'm supposed to protect. I'm not supposed to prove that someone killed someone. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No! I don't believe this. Stop. But they're right. It's as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There is no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. What does that mean? Isn't that right, Bruno? As Harley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
I'm just throwing cool words at you, that's all. Bluffing, as I said. I promised I will be using that. This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. I have no idea. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lines in witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely... Well, probably not a peephole, so it's either the third gun or bloodstains. Bloodstains? Did I do it? That were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Yeah, we proved that peephole wasn't there before. So... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom. Door. What? Well, obviously I... Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once you returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony, it's completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Menzies? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. Suspicious! There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Why do I like you so much right now? You have no idea. Me neither, but I like you. Oh. Can't sit comfortably. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Oh, of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Inspector?
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before this testimony, his. And in fact, considering the particular clue we have, there is really only one person that could be. I can only think of the sus inspector who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony. Or was it Menzies?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact. His infinite chips away. Oh no, that's too harsh.
Infinite sheeps. Imagine if they actually existed. We could beat the problem with food problem. I forgot the single word for it. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Hunger, yes. Yeah, that's the word. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling, that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting that the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information. They did. Remember, there was a moment when Inspector and him did like talk to each other so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is the blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I don't know. Because you all guys are all acquaintances. You're actually a third brother of these dudes, and these dudes also know this guy. Like, I don't know. I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess, in any case. Had you forgotten that? Yes, and you did talk to each other. Quite true. I heard a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. I mean, you can't not... Maybe they knew each other before. Didn't you think about that? Since then, they have been in full view of in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying. Right. Yeah, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little tool rag. You're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details of the likes of this bloke? Because he has money, maybe? I don't know. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps
it was part of a deal of some kind, then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Council? This dude gives money. Like he said himself he gave like 10. What was it called again? That's a lot of money, as far as I remember, to the two brothers. So he could be given money to Inspector too. I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. And that it. No, I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Not just witness, he's probably a killer. But makes it even worse. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations and this Nipponese student's specialty. So far, it worked. I don't do that. Yeah, if anything, it's you who's doing that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? In court, the court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. What? It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Oh, really? Disc? What could it be? Did I save? No, I did not.
Take that!
I got it right. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, it is not true that you have been working... Is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Yeah. What are you trying... what are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case... Right, he was working on some secret case. I completely forgot. These cases take forever that you forget about little details that were popping up here and there. Gad. Is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at the Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So, I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details on the case. You little... Ah! No, don't throw your potatoes all over the place. Oh, duh. On the day of the incident, when we met you at the Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Not surprised he got killed. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. Unbelievable. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony, couldn't he just I mean, if he was given this case by higher ups, and they all knew who the disc, who kept the disc in belongings or whatever, couldn't they just come to this man, point a gun and give us the disc? That's all. Done. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Gay!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, the sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? I mean, why? Are you saying Graydon is keeping it with him or what? How could you possibly make a claim like this? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. You say Gregson already has it in his possession?
Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
Are we gonna listen to it though? Since, I mean, if it's secrets? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once.
Definitely.
Undress the man. Yes, I agree.
They could only have struck a deal with each other when Jeannie was testifying before, and Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since.
My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector.
Twisting his nipples earlier. I mean, could have, but I doubt.
This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough.
Oh, maybe you're right.
However, if it will put this matter to bed, I dispel any doubts about my involvement. Then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it?
I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You have made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard. Excuse me. It was your idea that Inspector has it in his possession, though. Literally. Like, what's wrong with this dude? And now he's like, if you're gonna be wrong, you will be punished. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely Are you serious? That's how it's... That sounds serious. It does. Sounds very serious. He probably won't be able to work as at the law anywhere, probably. Anywhere. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police officers. It's not something Her Majesty government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runa because you're scared.
Yeah. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Let's check everyone. Let's address every man in this courtroom, please. Judge can leave the clothes on. You can leave your head on. Your wig on. Very well, counsel. You know the implications. So, let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord?
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of...
Someone else! Sir, someone else! Yes!
Let him address too. Well, if you want to, okay. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Whoa. Don't say you weren't warned. Wait a second. I did choose the second option, didn't I? But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good? Let's see if it will. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Wait a second. Wait a second! Did I choose? Wait!
Objection!
Thank God. I thought I accidentally chose something else besides what I wanted to choose. The defense demands a search, but not on Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. Damn it, DKP, you're a good eye. I probably wouldn't even think about it. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this all, eh? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. It could also be in possession in, stealing that blonde guy. If they didn't actually... Maybe... he didn't give it to him yet. Runa's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Damn, she's so smart. What a great girl. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's convictions and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There is only one person it can be. Let's see.
Take that!
Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Me? Him? It's so cute. Oh, very well then, bailiff. I wish we could check them all still. Please, can we? What if someone else has it? Can't we just all undress? A naked party. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Wanzeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. After this trial? Yes, that would be cool. Like, what if they're hiding guns? You know? And then rocket launchers or something. Be careful, let's all undress. Bailiff, carry out the search. I mean, bailiff, please. Hehe. Now, hold on about... I don't know. Nothing about no disc. Hehe. Cut it out! Oh no. Poor guy is gonna be, that's
It's probably his first time he got undressed by someone else. Here, my lord! In the witness's pocket! The disc! It is. I found this. Good lord, that's... Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. It is not. Is it not? Inspector Gregson. Ah! Pointing the finger at Van Zix again. Oh, Mr. Skulking, what are you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flaming Bennett. Who? I swear, I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? That was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Now I can't unsee him twitching his nipple. Thank you very much, DKP. Unbelievable. Yeah, he did and all. That's mean noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brava I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue, darling. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started twisting my nipple. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got it down in the station? That's what he said. Yelled in right down my ear hole, he did. Me head still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my week. He did it? He hid it! Yo. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket, just in case he expected he would be searched? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. But it's a secret, top secret. You can't. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, this current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush!
a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I am operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. I like how when Zeke's making it look like he's all smart and everything, while it was me who cracked it. Greta killed McGilded. I have a feeling that he could have, because McGilded apparently killed his father. Oh, does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulking in order to get close enough to him? But McGilded could also have been killed. There's still a chance, at least, by just some, I don't know, government secret agents or something, because he was dealing with governmental secrets. Eye for an eye, yeah, kind of like that. He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon? Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you in this alleged deal? Prepared to admit? They can just say, like, no, fuck you. No? Admit to it. Yours truly. Please. Bitch, please. Just as I said that. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there is no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I am under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. You can be a suspect now. If you're just like, say, I'm no longer gonna be say anything, we cannot believe to any of your words in your testimony. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? I'm done. As usual. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Of course not. Why would he? No. Ladies and gents, held the jury. As a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the main name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you are making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed.
Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Is this your first trial? Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. No, wait a second. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he has a dependable man. He's a dependable man. I'm quite sure. It must be nice to have one. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop, obviously. Detective was very much trust, has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now... Is Jeannie going to be found guilty? Well, I mean, I'm just a student. A lawyer. Not bad. To win first time after a few... lose first time after a few wins. Can't we I have no idea why they're not doing it. Probably because you said it's a government secret. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? No. Let's say, I would say, okay, we either playing the discs right now, or you're admitting the truth. Spill it out, bitch. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I don't have it? Oh my god. Let's dig in further and further. I felt I was so close, and now I'm even further than I was before. Again. If I let the judge call on jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. Yeah, prepare that gun, please. I need that right now. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Do I have the evidence though? Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you'll leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Must be the discs, right? Listen to them. Well,
Go on. This is my last chance. My last escape. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal.
Take that!
Yeah. Is that Mr. McGilder's peculiar music box console? Yep. With the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again, but with 2 discs in it. Only this time, with the second disc we have just discovered set in place as well. Damn it, I can't make it cool. I always ruin it at such a cool moment. Goodness, this console.
Hold it!
What is it? What is it? No, it's too late. It's too late. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well... because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, sunshine, we are talking about the state secrets here. If you got letting the whole courtroom hear the confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. I'm pretty sure if he did this, to protect this information, he will probably be not prosecuted by the higher-ups. They will probably release him. But you continue to lie to the court. And all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. Yeah. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. I'm gonna have sip on my wine while they're having a drama here. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, 1-6. For Pete's sake, stop it!
Objection!
And he's like, no, I'm all ready for the drama. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. It's his popcorn, yeah. I'm joining on this one. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Hey. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. Can I have some? To uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. That's my words. I mean, that's kind of his words, but then I stole it. Now you stole it. We're all friends. Let's address. No! Come on, that's gonna be fun. We can
check our guns. Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. They're not happy about that, are they? This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. How do you know how you're supposed to align them in the first place? Like, they have to be probably in It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code? What? It didn't sound like a Morse code. Either. Too late. Too late. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you and stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? He should be so lucky that at that age they didn't have cell phones, because everyone in court will be like recording this on their phones, so they could like check it out later and translate it into actual words. The internet age, oh my god. To you. I'm gonna throw that drink in your face. Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Like, really, dude, you... Seriously? I don't understand how he can just, he could just take the disc from the man. He probably has the power since he was already given the whole case. You know, exactly. Let her rot in jail and also like make the actual killer walk free. That's just... I'm upset. Scum anyway. I mean, yeah, but she's not a I mean, killing and stealing is completely different things. She probably should still be prosecuted for stealing stuff. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said when the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here on the stand together. That's when he approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you here. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So, how about a trade I suggest you accept? Or information that you may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Yeah, they are very much so. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the blood stains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I am perfectly honest. So you didn't really thoroughly check those pictures. I guess I didn't either. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. I wonder though. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. Nah, you. Traitor! Oh my god. Oh my god, are you gonna kill another person? Right in front of my eyes. Did you just kill him? Bailiff, restrain that man at once. That's it done. It's all over. Is it? Is it? We're done? Oh, that's him speaking, I assume. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. Fruit is fine. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty. The son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So, okay, you're gonna make us feel bad for you? Of course. So, I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. Villain sob story. There has to be. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. This man just like pretty much like he's. I'm at a loss of words. Yeah, he lost it. I guess he was like. Well, he was already pinned pretty much. Nothing to lose. And for like. He's probably already gonna stay in prison for the rest of his life. But then he decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Oh, look at those eyes. No. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone. Try the Van Ziek's method. Lots of wine could help. Don't listen to me. This is the worst solution ever. With more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You're a fiend with square talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me, little plan now.
So what was the plan exactly? I was to steal the ministry telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. Did you too? But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box.
That face, innocent face.
Betrayal of my fellow countrymen. My fellow? Second. Countrywoman? Who exactly are you talking about? Oh man, like multiple. Classic, I guess. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. I don't know. They looked classic Russians, blonde and everything. Surprisingly, there is not many blondes walking around these streets, not these days. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He's once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I thought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Wonder how it felt. I never heard of that. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you have become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail, old man. Just in 10 years, wow. But poverty has never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend. A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. Whoa, that must be a lot. Because they said like 10 was a huge amount of money. So, what happened in the omnibus 2 months ago was a second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. So, was it an accident, or McGilded actually just killed him? Why would he do that? I don't... Why? I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that would mean the end of your deal. Obviously. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago? Revenge? What do you mean? No, I'm talking about why McGilded killed his father. What's the reason there? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. Seriously, he did most of the job. And you gave him only 200 out of 1,000? Could at least give him half. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, right, he didn't tell him of the whole thing. Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. Oh, maybe he was like... The man didn't want to do the dirty job, and he like flipped on the McGilded, like, I'm gonna tell everyone or something, and that's when McGilded killed him. I guess. Wow. That 100. 100 of what? Dollars? What was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose? Euros. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'd never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Pounds. Okay, but that's guineas they're talking about. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge! Well, yeah, I already guessed, so... He killed McGilded. How did he make it? How did he do this? In the fucking courtroom. Closed him in the omnibus and set it on fire. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Why? Why pour it and then destroy it? To crush. Just to picture the crush. Makes sense. Any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, the witnesses were bribed. He even tried to bribe me. He was giving me money in the beginning, when we just met. I think he even said that he will give me 1,000 or 100 guineas, don't remember exactly. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. 100, okay. How can you remember? It was so long ago. And I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background of it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then. So, I spared nothing of my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. Are you pointing at someone right now? McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. Premiere? After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Unbelievable. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day. What do you mean by made with Mal and David? We watched with Mel and David, I guess, yeah. Right. Was caused by this man? I should not distract that much. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Thank you very much for following. David? Is it okay if I will call you Aviv? We already have a David. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. Spring. Hey, that's beautiful. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. You asked it yourself. Dude. Right, I forgot, but he did say that. He didn't know what was coming for him, did he? So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. My language? Do you mean Russian? And is how do you pronounce Israel? Are there lots of Russians there? So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGildet inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. Wait a second, so you're saying you weren't actually the killer. He paid for the killing. You don't have a head. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Well, yeah, obviously. You're like... But that person should also be prosecuted for killing. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see? A loose end? What do you mean? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGildet. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I had dealt with McGildet. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windy Bank's pawnbrokery. Understandable. I hope they are behaving well there. Hey, it is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I have deposited there for you. There is no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of the pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So, I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at the Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGildet's pawns. That he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork of the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box was the second disc, with the second disc inside was missing. Because it has already been forfeited 2 days earlier. Earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that the Gilded was involved. Right. Okay, that's interesting. Inspector, you have recovered fast. From the dead. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to look to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. What hero? Come on! With the help of your old friends, the Skulking Brothers. Not bad. And I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Ah, it's a poor Windybank. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. I don't get it. Why? Why, DKP? Horosho. That's I see you know some Russian. That's good. Not Nashi is an Asian peer. Ringo is apple in Japanese. Wait, Ringo is apple? Seriously? That's an interesting insight. Did you just make your research? Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door to refuge. Oh, sorry, Tail. Are you crying, Judge? According to the trailers. Because he's apple. I gotta say, I've seen 5 seconds gameplay cut from Soul Hackers 2. I don't like how it looks like. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. So you're saying that was an accident, kind of. You still ordered someone else to kill McGilded, you know? Yeah. He's generally not the greatest person. Is the word Yuntar? Yes, I think it's Ember. But I could be wrong because I'm not super good with English. But I think you're right. I could probably try. Did you try Google Translate? There's no sound. This is so silent. Like usually there is some sound. Oh, okay. You guys scared me. Earlier you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for crime. The crime of murder. Yeah, and now you are basically the same. What a tragedy. It's Ember. Okay. My Google Translate doesn't want to... Yantar. Yes, it's Ember. Moi. Yes. It's gonna be Moi because it's Yantar is male in Russian, at least. So, yes, you're right. Are you writing a poem or something? What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. I love this game series. They really they teach you something too. And even though it's mostly ridiculous, sometimes it can be deep. You become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Never go to a pawn shop at night. Never go anywhere at night, really. And at winter, when there's a fog, just stay at home. But even then, Your wife can throw knives at you. Be careful. Basically, this game taught me that you can die anywhere, anytime. Like, in the most ridiculous places and situations. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. Yeah, it took me, like, what, 3 or 4? I think 3 long streams to finish this. God. I can't even imagine playing through this game like I usually did, 1 or 2 hours videos. That would be like 50 parts playthrough. 4 streams. Insane. Even a courtroom strangled. Oh, that's great. You even prefer? What's your performance name? Is it the same as here? Where can we listen to you? However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? I can't even believe it's over. Like, I feel like any second some bullshit can pop out and we would be like, shit, gotta do some what is it called when you change the minds of jurors? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. What a shocker. That's what I'm gonna call my son if I will ever have that one. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yeah, like everyone in this... basically everyone who was at the witness stand will have to be prosecuted for different reasons, but they will. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing it in the line of duty. I'm pretty sure, like, a president will let him go, or whatever. What do you have? A queen? Queen, I guess. Or, I don't know, it's 19th century there. They did say queen, so... Lying in the case, though. Well, she was also at the witness stand, so I told you, everyone who was a witness. Aviv Davidson. Why it sounds familiar? But I don't think I've actually. Okay, gotta check you sometime. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. No. No to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. And is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Up Squadron. Standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Yay!
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guitar covers. Gonna listen to those too. I love guitars. DKP also has guitar. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. But only for this trial of the murder. I mean, of this case. But they're probably gonna still, like... Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Wait, that's not how his name is, I think, but spelled. Is it? But yeah, we saw his photo in the in magazine in the second case. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if it'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Yeah, that was expectable. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? Villain, Bolshevik, yes. It's a wordplay, yeah. Basically, almost all the names in this game series are play of words, and I love it. On my wall. Oh, wait a second. A real guitar DKP? That's cool. You played? I feel like I already talked about it. No? Did you mention before? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Jeannie this evening, maybe they will let her go for an evening or something. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Thank you. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. Oh wow, he's admitting to be surprised by me. By me? In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Alessandres. We've been waiting for it the whole trial, no? John Watson, yeah, I assumed. Yeah. Actually, I think I read somewhere that Sherlock Holmes is actually Sherlock Holmes in Japanese original version of the game, so it's kind of weird why they changed it in this one. What was the point? Someone mentioned maybe it was because of the copyright stuff. It's Spectral Lestrade. I thought the second name sounded familiar. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Oh, very sorry about that.
It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, who's talking? Isn't that? It's, about the sounds produced by the... Oh. It's not government secrets, is it? Copyright, I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. See? Like, again, it didn't sound like Morse code because it's the sounds were like the same again. Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. It probably just happens because of your job. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. Yeah, I agree. Gaslighting with Morse code. Look it up. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code at all, after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. If you listen, the sounds have the same length, so it can't be the Morse code. Santa Claus. You call him Father... No, me... We? Here? We call him Ded Moroz. Which is basically grandfather... How do you translate Moroz? Cold? Grandfather cold. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? Santa Red? Yes. We don't have Santa, it's another guy here. Wait, red? No, he's blue. Santa is wearing red. Ded Moroz wears blue stuff. Well, he can be actually depicted in different colors. Sometimes it's also red. But it's a like Santa is wearing pants, right? Our guy wears a long coat till his feet. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGill that conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But I'm curious. But it's really going to bother me. Exactly. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord. That which you have seen today here in courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. My favorite stuff. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I done see most days in me, the black slums.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Shut up, Gina.
While drinking in court, which should not be allowed, as we already determined. Yeah, the dude is allowing a lot of stuff like weapons, guns, knives, swords, whatever was. What else did we see in this court?
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you've gotta start at home. You've gotta change how you are yourself.
Another thing the game tries to teach you. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the board again, Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Wait, aren't you gonna still prosecute her for like, there should be other... Are they really letting her go? Or what? Oh, no, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Wait for it. Wait for it. Not guilty. Woo! Oh my god. That looked dangerous. What you do? Guns. In courtroom. Brought by defendant. Who allowed this? Manzeeks? That is all. Court is adjourned. Yeah. I mean, we can't change other people, unfortunately. But at least we can try to be the best of ourselves. On a personal note, I must say you have surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Again, I'm surprised you. Oh.
Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we are from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. Another very, very smart thing to say. I mean, this should be coming like natural. We're all human beings. That's all that matters. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. I expected that. You did? Of course. You were the first one to win over him. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me. I mean, he was probably a little bit rusty after not being at work for 5 years. But still, this dude never lost any cases. So. Of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Who's he talking about?
You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Like, well, I see that there's no people in court. We're just having a chat in court. Everyone's, well, the judge did say the court is adjourned. We're here alone? Is it time to check our guns? X, that's why. I think, come on, it's not an X. Must have been a guy, a man he was working with, or maybe was a friend with. Like someone he trusted in. Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer. I might have known the man. I told you, I suspected him. He looked like a nice guy, but there was something, like, suspicious about him. He wasn't the first case, at least for, like, a very short time. Whether you like it or not. Alright then. Then I'll wait for that day, if I must. X was a guy, nothing wrong with that. Well, I mean, definitely not. Since I do want to wrap our guns. Good thing it's an X. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. I wonder if that whatever happened was why he retired. And I wonder why he decided to come back. His... What? Oh my god. I like that. I'm writing the fanfic now. In my head. With pictures. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. He must be. He looks like one, but it doesn't mean he is. Not necessarily. 5:24, it's PM, but here it's 5 AM. Close enough. This took way longer, but like already 5 hours. I guess we're not seeing the beginning of the next game. That's too much. Suck blood. Stop. It's done. It's over at last. I can't believe this. This case was ridiculously long. Chalice. He's literally pouring it from the bottle he opens every time. But then again, DKP said it might have been his own brand, because the bottle looks quite specific. So, could be a blood too. Where's Iris disappeared to? Oh. Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. Why is no one congratulating me though? I was the one who won. I knew that you were innocent. This girl can't even give me a smile even after this. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. Yeah, that's quite weird. Drinks vodka in court. Why not? Actually, it feels like something that could happen in the series anyway. What's the odd about? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. Oh, come here, I'll hug you. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just 'cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Yeah. Still surprised they let her go though. But okay, whatever. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your guts tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. And there's no worse feeling in the world when you're being betrayed, though. But I mean, there's no way to know in front without trying. So I guess we just have to probably just hope for the better. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Is it though? Well, I mean, she probably will be leaving with Herlock and Iris now, at least. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pick it in. But I suppose I sort of feel that way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else, is, alright. She's talking about me, probably. Thanks. Kazuma. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. On Ewich. You just noticed though. Victoria, as somewhat of a loner, have you lived in that back in those days? Are you a vampire too? I knew these musicians. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? I'm gonna cry. Pardon the interruption. Who's that? Who's that? I know who's that. I know. Are you okay though? He like collapsed. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Wait a second. Did you guys notice him? I don't think we actually see... I don't think we've seen the door. Did we? I think the camera just shifted, right? Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when finally you noticed me. But I never did. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Well, excuse me, look who's speaking. Mr. Sholmes. Had these slabs, yeah. If you like, I've learned from movies of that time. They even like were throwing their poops and stuff out of the windows on the streets. Good days. Yes, it was me all along. You see? Yeah, I got it. Good job. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh, is it a good idea though? I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge to them known to the man and be happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. The game's name. They had to. That was a fine victory. Mr. Naruhodo, your tireless efforts. Justly rewarded, I feel. Well, I mean, they kind of tied him into basically almost all the cases besides the first one in the game, even though he wasn't present in the first case. His friend died in the first case. So it's interesting how they made Watson. Wait, was it Watson in the first case? Because he was Japanese. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. I hope that the next game won't be focused on you though. Like, it wasn't completely focused on him, but still. Oh, thank you. I like some more Japanese stuff. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mrs. Stray? Well, you've been having a snooze in your night so bad. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. What do you mean? He was also fighting for his life, if she's meaning the time he was in the hospital. Well, that a bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So, I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but... well, have a feel. Wait a second, is he giving me his... gun to touch? Sorry, I had to. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Oh my god. Do that more. And, in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Stray. What that's supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? I forgot about it. Oops. Maybe we should have like... oh, I don't know. She would probably if she was found guilty, they would probably kill her anyway, right? I think. It's not a life sentence. It's a... I mean... It would be death sentence. The very point I was trying to make. Did you have to remind us? Hanged, yeah. Or decapitated. Which is more fun, I think. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. But we already know that he was killed by the... We already know who killed him. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Course not. The way I see it, the Reaper is a bit like, I'm upstairs. Who? What? Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs. Him upstairs. Knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves, like that bog trotter would are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. But the dude himself didn't even know who... I'm done. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Plus, we know he didn't claim the hand of McGilded. Unless it was him who that guy paid to actually kill McGilded. Because it had to be one of the courtroom's workers. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world. So I ain't scared. I got principles, see? I don't know. I mean, you may be, but... A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Wait, just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. I think she only gave it to Naruhodo because she knew she messed with crime scene. She probably did it only to see what happened because she didn't know it would turn out into a whole case. So then she realized what she did and she did that. She gave the device to Sholmes and then Sholmes brought it to me. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Who's that? Oh, it's probably Iris, no? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. I would be expecting him to be in the hospital, though. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What are you talking about right now? What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for these guys. I was hiding in this room dressed as bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? Slap him for me, please. I'm not sure, really.
I beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Sometimes, remember, I saw him crouching on the wall once. That was fucking terrifying. But you only notice him when it's like the last minute.
In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day, like.
I'll be careful. That secret. The secret is her dad is dead. That's it. That's all the secret. I'm pretty sure. Ouch.
Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Jeannie tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses.
Oh, so they are not releasing her? Okay.
What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter's stuff, what wasn't luck, blah blah blah.
And probably other like hundreds of cases of stealing. If they can prove it. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket in the main of offense. Being a pickpocket is the main offense.
But diving ain't an offense. It's a job in it.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't think so.
Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work.
Yeah, you should.
I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto?
What do you mean? That's literally my first job. How old am I again? Wait a second. We don't have a case on our own? What? Pretty sure in main series you have your own card of in the characters. Well, since Susaru is 16, I'm probably like 18 or something. So I basically started as a lawyer. Well, no, but I wasn't never a pickpocket.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them.
I wonder what.
That's a wonderful idea, Jeannie. And I'm sure you can do it.
I thought you would say, I'm gonna help you, but I guess not.
What is it?
Oh, she's crying.
Nothing.
Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Oh no, don't tell me she's gonna be killed there.
Right, well, looks like I'm off then.
Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck.
She's gonna say thank you, I bet.
Otto?
Yes.
This woman can't say thank you. What was that for?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so let's shoot some people. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh yes, it's a good advice, Jeannie. Right, I see. Well, thank you. God. I mean, it can mean like absolutely anything. Depends on the situation. You have to be a medium to actually understand what girls mean. We literally want men to read our minds. That's the truth. Thanks, Odo. Oh, she's crying. Oh my God, she's smiling. Oh, she actually looks so much better this way. I'm surprised. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. That's just too sweet. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. I bet. Or maybe not. Depends on how her future cases will go. Well, quite the indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. Bought? Aren't they supposed to be free? It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Already? It just ended. Pickpockets innocent proven, right? Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Pickpockets. Pickpocket though. Oh no, how silly of me. Well, you probably can visit her in prison, I bet. And show her that. That's smart. No, it's not about smart, it's about being a medium. But yeah, hard to be one, I guess. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Oh no, not that again. Okay. Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Yeah, I guess I agree with that. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. But don't you want to be prepared? And like, what if the... And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there again. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. Thank God. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall apparently. Wait a second. Are you saying it just stopped? So, does this mean Susato didn't leave the whole time? Or what? Well, that is a good news indeed. We can journey back to greater comfort. We can probably swim in the whole way there. Oh, right then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out the Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
And she wasn't... Wait, are you saying she was there in the docks whole day? Wait, Dover. That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. A final goodbye. It's the final countdown. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Eh? Sholmes? He's a Sholmes, yeah. Send her off. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for Special Express. Isn't he kinda awesome though? This dude can probably barely stand on his feet after operation. And he's like, he did all that because he predicted all that. Just because he knew it would be important for me. What a great friend. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Wait a second. What are you talking about? Aren't we going to Susato? I don't. The Great Detectives does it again. Wait, what are you talking about? Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. But I merely made my knowledge to them them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What, I mean... if it works. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! They're gonna make me cry? What if I will decide to join her? It will be sad we won't see Sholmes anymore, but it was a nice adventure here, but maybe it's time to go back to home. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato? Where are you? Miss Susato, where are you? Does Trovo chat not working? Yeah, I see you, DKP, but it doesn't show up for some reason. Okay. You don't think he will go? Let's see. I think he will go. Because I can't, like, someone think. I like how this message is showing up now. Perfect timing. Yeah. I mean, I have to have an assistant because I always have assistants, right? I can't have no one. So, and she's mine. We have to be together. Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something. Must be that book.
Hold it!
You can't do that. Miss Susato, wait. What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? You have an assistant. Who? Iris? I mean, she's cool and all, but I prefer Susato.
We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Oh, she's happy. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. Thanks to what you sent to us. Good thing that Hairlock was actually in strength enough to bring it. What if he wasn't? We would be doomed. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san. Why though? Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato. Just because... Ah, right, that's why she said she's like a horrible or the worst judicial assistant. Like, come on! You didn't know what was behind that door. It's not that you did something because you intended to do that. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yeah, we had a wonderful time. Pate! Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yeah. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's too important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. You gave it back to me the same evening, though. Maybe I wouldn't notice it later. That's what I'm trying to say. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it in my sleeve. How much can you hide in those sleeves? Really? And then I rather forgot about it. Until I found myself at Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Bang! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Sholmes? Sholmes? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. Morse code, another... Yes, there is. Actually, I don't know. Must be. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. The door started... I mean, do they have to show? It's I think everyone knows what it is. The door started to play on my mind. Wait, what? Door? The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind the door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know. So, you used the cat Flapomat. His name is just ridiculous. To make the peephole in the door. As captured in the photographic print of the shot by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. So many coincidences. Like, if these cameras weren't set in specifically that shop. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapons. Kinda, yeah. Though naturally without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole of the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windebank. I mean, in my case, when I was a defendant, defendant? Yeah. I mean, I was the accused. It also was set up as if I was a clear killer, and there were like even witnesses there at the crime scene of the crime. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing, you were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, it proved not to be that difficult. Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of the locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. And there was, thanks to you. Ah. For which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. Why didn't you just give it to me? Did you have to just go and talk to Sholmes, woman? You made my life so much more difficult. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police, not even me. But she went to Sholmes. Like, what am I supposed to think about it? That she's not trusting me, but trusting Sholmes? I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means to escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. Oh, really? Or am I the only one thinking straight in this whole group of people here? If she had done that, she would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. Would it? I mean, I haven't done anything. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. But I didn't. She did. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrange's. Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. I mean, it's okay to have doubt sometimes. It's even good that you, it's a good thing to do sometimes. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that we would have been acquitted in the end. Yeah, I don't think we would. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you have saved me, too, from my regrets. Did you see that face? Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrange's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation of the music box disc contained secret message, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. We never knew what the message was, did we? Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. But I bet it's still it must have been their own, some kind of way they cipher their messages. So it would be even more difficult to decipher it. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. Yeah, would be kind of strange if it would be just a Morse code. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. Did you already decipher it? What's that? What's the message? Buy pizza and milk on your way home? Eh? Huh? So? Asogi? Huh? Wait a second. I don't think he's here. Isn't it my friend's name. Kazuma. No, What? Yeah, it's Kazuma. Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Well, it is. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing in the music box. How did you do that? She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. I wonder what kind of ways she did use. I don't think it's a Morse code, dude. The code itself is the same. I mean, the sounds were still the same length, so it couldn't be Morse code. That's the point. It was some kind of other cipher. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see? There is more than one Morse code. Not just English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added the Morse code to use, but the length of the sounds was the same. How did you transcribe it still? I don't believe it. Are you sane? What? But okay, I don't understand what my friend has to do with all this. That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message has asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Wait, are you saying there's more to the message? Not just the name? Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Did your friend... Who? My friend... Her... Ah, wait a second. I think... If I'm getting it right, that who her dad is... Actually, I have no idea. I'm not sure that the man in the first case was her dad. The one that I'm saying is suspicious. So I don't think they met. He died. Nah. Ah, you mean Iris. I thought you meant Susato. I don't know. It was never mentioned. But maybe they did. Maybe they did. I mean, he was in Japan. And I did know him. I don't know. So wait a sec. If I met him, my friend must have met him too, because I think he was he some kind of I don't remember. I think he was a teacher of some sort. So I had a meeting with him at the restaurant, where my friend also was like frequenting. So I guess they also met. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. You can just keep the transcriptions in the paper with you, that's all. No need to learn everything. Deaths are connected. I wonder. No, wait a second. Asogi died by a incident. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? It really was incident. You mean that Russian girl ballerina is a secret spy or something? I don't know. But I did I suspected that other guy. I don't think it's Susato's father, but I think he introduced me to her in the first case. And that guy was hella suspicious. Whatever is in that long sequence is supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. Isn't that kind of weird? I would expect them to use just some other way of like their own made system to cipher stuff. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4? Let's hear. The first is Kei Asogi, Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin? Shin? Megami? Tensei? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gureguson. Who? Gregson. Detective? Inspector? Whatever you call him. What? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man in the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? I mean, he's working for government, apparently. No? And the last name. Could it be mine? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? John Cena! It's just so strange, so unexpected. It's either me or her, I think. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Yeah, don't. Come on. The last name is John Cena. It is. Iris dead. Wow. No, does this mean that in the next game we'll still see Herlock? What? Wilson. John H. Wilson. You mean Daddy? And he did die in the first case. Like 2 people in the in this page died.
And I still don't know who the hell is that other name.
It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure.
Yeah. But it's too much of a coincidence, don't you think?
Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris.
What are we have gotten ourselves into? If this is actually secret governmental message, we're probably gonna be next on the list. Let's just go home, have pizza. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names, besides one. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then.
He was in Japan.
Where's Susie and Runo come from?
Sweet girl. To not end up on Japanese Morse code. Good job.
Oh, well. No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Like, all 3 people besides her standing here know what happened to her father. And them just standing there and listening to her having thoughts about him like that. Nobody, I guess. I wonder. I wouldn't like to be the one. I think it's up to Sherlock to say this. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine of the Imperial Yume University. Let me show you his face, because you can see it behind me. There's his face. Scary movie style. No, don't. They're all dead! But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. Yeah, let her find it out on her own in the worst painful way. This is so strange. I mean, she won't forget you for holding this information, I think. I wouldn't. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of the very dark cave. Does this mean that you kinda closed the entrance of the cave? No? Yeah, she kind of already is, isn't she?
I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside.
Honk! I hope it's not Titanic.
Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon.
Yes, it seems so.
No, don't go. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
Even larger, wow.
You're really going then, Susie?
We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato.
Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best.
Mrs. Sato.
I wanna cry. Can I use your sleeve as a napkin? I had hoped to have you always at my side. To guide me and support me. Oh my god. Mr. Naruhodo. Please, come back soon. No, you were supposed to say don't go. Well, it's our father. She can't not go. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the best, the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Well, knowing how long it takes to go to Japan and back. Plus, you would probably have to stay with your father for a while. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Yeah, I'll come back and tell you that your dad is dead. Don't do this again. I see your messages. Sorry about that. Before they find out she tampered with stuff. Actually, they already know. It was mentioned during the trial, by the way. So I guess it's a good thing that she's leaving. They assumed she already left, by the way. So that's good. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? A kiss? Do you remember the first time we met? Yeah, it wasn't in the best circumstances, for me at least. Yes, of course. How could I forget? And wait, SS Buria dragged out from that wardrobe? What are you saying? She wasn't the first case. What are you talking about? If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. What do you mean? That's even further from the first time, man. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Oh, really? Did you? Did you? Because for the first half of that case, you were like really not believing me. She believed that I was the killer. Especially since I was already convinced once. I mean, I was under suspicion, at least. Didn't she accuse us a lot? She did. She did. Mrs. Subtle. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. No kisses, no hugs, no gun rubbing. I bet she has a third gun. Such a great girl must have.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Who's saying that? Naruhodo? Kitty! Where's Harlock?
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world,
When?
to meeting the great detective.
I see both.
I'm sure there'll be trials and
Pairs.
tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Yes, it's his voice, okay. Oh, here you are. I thought you left. You weren't running with us. Even Cat ran. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Wait, is this a morning? We spent whole night? Unbelievable. Such a beautiful sky. Look at those colors. God. And the water is so calm. Must be very nice outside. Yes, Mr. Jones? I have some rather awkward news. Awkward. I like it. Go on. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Sue over the what? What does it mean? I don't get it. It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. Another trial. No. No, I'm done. I was promised this was the last one of this game. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and now it was all your fault. And how? Wait. What? I should have went with Susato. You guys are awful. Huh? Huh? I swear my chair is breaking under me. You have no idea how I'm upset that this chair is breaking already. Like, even the hands are not holding well. Like, I wonder if you can hear it. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. Build yourself. Yes, I did. I mean, there's not much, it's not that hard to do it. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Osato, when the handle started to go very wacky, I asked my dad to check it and to see if he could make it better. And he was like, girl, how did you... He was at the same time impressed at how I did it, but also like, I kind of messed it up a little bit. So I guess there's nothing much to be done. Oh, handles is one thing, but like the whole seat is also like very wacky and makes sounds ridiculous. I think, well, lots of stores, at least here, they also provide an option for you to build it for you, like to combine the parts, but it would cost you extra, and I was like, nah, I'm doing it myself. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Sato, if you have electrical instruments, it would be much easier. I had to do it by hands, with screwdrivers and everything. And, well, there's, like, specific instruments that already come with the package. But it's, without special instruments, it's not very comfortable. You love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 Wait a second. Am I okay, wait a second. It is another trial. And I'm an accused again. It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. You guys are awful.
He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? 2 years. 2 years? My previous chair that is still standing in the back, like, I don't know, it held way longer. And I like to sit on them in very weird positions, change positions a lot. Especially when I'm not streaming, I'm like putting my legs on it. And everything. This chair, I don't remember when I bought it. I feel like this one is gonna be around a year now. No, I gotta check when I bought it. A year already though. Like feels like I bought it yesterday. Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Just slap him. Slap him. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Below it out. My dear fellow. Below? Did he mean below? Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. And I know just one he'll use here. Objection! Is that it? Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Oh, they did it. They really did it. I gotta say, this time it was like, eh. But okay. Shoot Ekami. Thanks for a great game. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over. I can't read that fast. Something was afoot. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve, and the money I've earned. Consultant detective work pays. This is so fast. Kazuya Nuri, art director. Great characters. Besides this one. I haven't slept a week. This manuscript is due tomorrow. When I'm since busy, Harley uses cooks. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. I still didn't get my music Yasumasa Kitawa. Sorry. That's the prosecutor in the first case, by the way. This is the first case, guys. Better read it yourself because the text just skipping I can't read. And that's the judge in Japan. Look how cool he is. Shinsuke Kodama. Sorry, can't read that fast again. And well, with this you kind of are familiar already. Oh my god, what are you doing? Bring some kittens on board and suddenly he's hardened criminal. Not fair! Oh my god, don't cry. Kittens is live. Planning. What were they planning, I wonder? Scripting. I was so sure this guy would be bad. I thought he would be the baddie in this case. I'm glad. That means I will be playing the first games. I gotta say, this game hyped me for replaying the series. Well, I probably won't be replaying the one that's already on my channel, which was 5th game, I think. I can't say I even liked it that much, anyway. But there is a 6th game that's been out and I haven't played it yet. Before it, I definitely gonna play from 1 to 4th. Wait, are you on... He's free? Nunchucks. Wait, I think there is the version of those games. I was thinking of DS versions though. I like the aesthetic. I'm not a fan how HD version, like they released Ace Attorney trilogy, which is HD version, and I'm not a fan how it looks like. Objection. There is actually another game on Wii. I'm not sure if it was anywhere else. It's based on MTV, like Adult Swim cartoon. I don't remember how it's called, but it's also about attorney. And I want to play it. It seems very ridiculous, just like the cartoon itself. I don't remember how it's called. I've saw a few episodes of the cartoon itself. It's so fun. This guy is so lovely. Look at them, still happy together. Be doing time for a beat now. I wonder for how long though. Natter. At least Iris is visiting you. Also can't remember. Damn it. That one seemed to be played differently though. I remember trying it a little bit. Oh, Graydon. Please. No regrets, eh? Wait a second. Are they together there? That's me, by the way. Well, now they do have the third brother, right? My office. What? This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember for painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I'll leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Birdman. Yes, I think something like that. Rings a bell. Harvey Birdman? I think his name was. And he was a birdman. I remember watching some episodes and they were fun. Stupidly fun. You know, that kind of fun. Kitty! Oh, this photo is actually very sweet. Objection. Objection. Bird Girl spin-off. What? No way. I would prefer him still. What is this? Actual credits. Oh no! That's Kazuma. I just realized. Making me remember all the things. You might guess this is the bad girl of the first case, by the way. Alt costumes now? Yeah, why not? I mean, can I check them out right away, like in the menu? I don't have to play it, right? That's a second case now. I think that shirt is a little small for him. The snake! It's poisonous! Someone said that poisonous is actually a wrong term, that it's supposed to be venom. No! He left us there! No, don't leave me! I hoped he would go with me there. No! Did I have to do this? It's the size. But I'm not alone well, I mean, in the end, I'm still alone. Is she following me? Is she? Yes, she is. Poisonous. I heard that. Well, I heard someone say that poisonous itself, like it's a wrong term. Like, as if you eat it, you would get poison, but it's supposed to be venomous because they are. You get only poisoned if it bites you. Hey, you're joining us too? Okie dokie. Join the party. Jelly. Ugh. Ugh. That's why you die. Yeah. Clogs your veins, I guess. Jump in train, Iris. It's interesting to see them on the side, like full length. You do not get to see them like this. Hey dude, you're not gonna join us, will you? Okay. Bring some wine late next time, though. Interviews and research assistance. Roku cable car and what? They did their research for the game creation, just as we talked about it anniversary. Tomb Raider anniversary. Yay! A male lawyer. Am I actually going to be prosecuted? Adventures are over, but there's still yet a resolve. Oh, what a beautiful picture. Colors. God. The sky. Oh, that. Come on. Another picture and menu. Right, yeah, I forgot that it's changing pretty much with each chapter, and this time it's that final scene. Special contents.
I think there's actually like short extra episode. I'm done though. I'm done. I'm not sure it's actually episodes. I've read that it's like little short stories about the based on Sherlock Holmes's books, you know. I'm not sure, like, but it says episodes. Is it just text or there's gonna be like a gameplay? I don't know. Let's see outfits. Wait. Ah. Iris's homemade suit. From Iris? She can like make stuff? That's cool. Oh, wait a second. It says outfits are only available for use in Great Ace Attorney 2. So I couldn't even play with these outfits during first game anyway. One way to find out. Maybe we should like take a pic. Oh, that's actually cute. Oh my god. I love it. I mean, I'm not a fan of this. I think I would actually go, I don't know. But this is adorable. Too bad I can't actually like turn her around. Yeah, you said that. And Holmes's Japanese jumble mix. What's a jumble mix? Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I like that too. I'll go for it. Well, maybe I will. Can I change mid-game? I would like to see it like the beginning. I would go. Wait a second. Great Ace Attorney 2 means Sherlock is still there. Her clothes. You mean Susato? Did he steal from her? Enjoy various music interludes and voice clips featuring game characters. Voice recitals. Objection!
Objection!
The fun fact, you can change to Japanese voices in this game and you can re-listen to these. And they will be in Japanese.
Objection! Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is.
What? I never heard you say that.
Your testimony completely contradicts the facts.
I never ever heard you say anything besides objection and hold it. What? Maybe it's in the second game. Could it be? I did, but I forgot how it sounds. Hidori, something like this. Can we change? We're gonna see. Ah, Hidori. 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 Is it he or e? Hidori. Hold it. Matta. Oh, no way I can repeat that. This more. His voice definitely fits here more. I'm not a fan of his voice in English, I guess. It sounds too mature. Matta.
被告側弁護人の法務助手御言葉すさとと申します。
What she said.
承知しております。ほんの5分お時間を。ああ、まさに夢のようでございます。事件を解決いたしましょう。必殺すさと投げ。
異議あり、異議あり。さあ、推理を始めようか。ミスターなるほど。それでは皆さん始めるとしましょうか。
She also has objection?
私アイリス・ワトソンです。どうぞ見知りおきを。さあ、お茶が入ったよ。焼きたてのクッキーも召し上がれ。ほら、これ見て。私の発明品なんだよ。
異議あり。
なるほど、龍之介。俺は貴様という男を信じている。
I don't understand.
弁護士としても友人としてもな。俺はこの国の司法を変える。
Isn't it? Aren't they say mate, which is me? Wait.
刀こそ日本人の心。そして全てを断つその刃は
Katana
俺
is a
が進む
Japanese
べき道を
sword.
指し示してくれるのだ。俺に任せろ。貴様はただ俺を信じていればいい。
Hello.
異議あり。異議あり。
そうでなければならない。我が生贄はな。
Can you repeat this?
そうでなければならない。我が生贄はな。
No. I don't know. It said what? Nah.
気候のこと、ボルテックス卿より聞いたが、2日前にこのロンドンに着いたばかりの素人同然の留学生だとか。
異議あり。
Wait, this is the same.
馬鹿げている。
Oh.
このような評決認められぬ。法を知らぬというのもここまで来ると悲しいものだな。シャーロック・ホームズか。その名前聞いたことはある。大衆娯楽小説の主人公、神のごとき名探偵。
No.
実に興味深いな。日本人という生き物は。
Oh my god. Well, actually, quick listen through their English voices again, because I didn't check everyone. Punji. Funny, right? Funny. His Japanese is quite good, don't you think?
Objection! Hold it!
Well, we kind of get used to the sound though. I only played with English because, well, the main series, I got used to English there. But I guess this would make more sense playing with Japanese because it's centered on Japanese more.
Hold it! Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Yes, I fully understand.
Again,
I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have vital evidence to substantiate the defense's claim.
I don't understand. Are they trying to make her sound British? It's because sometimes it looks like it also sounds slightly Japanese accent.
It really is a dream come true.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo.
That's also not suiting, I think. I mean, come on.
So everyone, let us begin.
Sounds too
Pollock
old.
Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Objection!
Mr.
It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
Well, that's not completely
The
bad.
tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well.
Objection!
I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system.
Why are they all sounds much older than they look?
A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go, and cuts down anything that's in
Laura
my way.
Bailey, where Iris? Oh,
Objection!
is it her?
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
You know what? I think Van Ziek's is the only character that sounds good in both.
Objection!
In my
My lord,
opinion.
with all due respect, this is an outrage!
Oh wait,
The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
that's like me trying to scream but also not be too loud when I'm trying to voice over.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such.
Are they just random voices or they just recorded for no reason, or because there is nothing like this in the game, or there will be voices in the second game? I wonder. I guess we will find out, but not today, obviously. View any accolades. You have what? Accrued. I what? It's like achievements being awarded all other. Wait. Oh, don't look. Well, some of them are for the second game, so. Gallery, portraits, moving pictures. Trial. Wait, what? What is this? The Great Spatial Trial. What is this? From that in the actual game? Is this like a trailer? Yes.
あなたの証言は決定的に矛盾している。そしてそう、むしろ致命的に矛盾しているのです。
何をなさっているのですか、なるほど様。
ああ、スサトさん。見ての通り、ちょっと張り切っているのです。
張り切って？
来年発売予定の大逆転裁判で奇跡の出会いが待っているのですが、その人物と今日この大法廷で一足早く会えるらしいのです。日本男児としてやり手なところを見せておきたいじゃないですか。
The first game?
やる気でございますね、なるほど様。
でもなんだかちょっと怖いですね、夜の大法廷は。
先ほど見物したロンドン島恐怖展もそれは恐ろしゅうございましたから。
佐藤さん、ロンドン中の催し物を調べ上げていますよね。
明日見て回る恐怖展の予定もかっちり組み上げてありましたもん。
別に恐怖限定でなくてもいいと思うけど。ところでさっきから何か聞こえませんか？
そういえばこの大法廷幽霊が出るという噂がございます。
やめてください。
Imagine if the dialogues are actually voiced.
何者だ？
なるほど。どうやら全て見えたようだ。
なるほど。
我が名推理がささやく真実。君の正体はズバリ殺害されたイタリア人のコック長だ。
え？
自分が死んだことにも気がつかず大法廷をさまよっているとはね。死んだなら死んだらしくその辺に転がっているがいい。死人め。
What?
まさかあなたは あの世界的な名探偵シャーロック・
They voice everything. That would actually save me.
もちろんでございます。ご活躍いつも拝見しております。シャーロック・ホームズの冒険。
I'm okay with both outcomes, really. I like reading it out loud, I guess.
ほんの初歩的な推理だよ、ワトソン君。
Not sure about my neighbors, though.
本に書いてあった通りです。
ありえないことを消去すれば、後に残るのは真実だけなのだよ。
それも本に書いてありました。
でもさっきのべらぼうな言いがかりは何なんだ。
名推理と言いがかりは紙一重の運次第なのだよ。
それは本に書いてありませんでした。
どういうことですか。殺されたイタリア人のコック長って。
実にいい質問だ、コック長君。では始めるとしよう。
Depends on the game, yeah. Sometimes voices can kind of ruin the game,
僕は
I
ね、
guess.
つい先ほど電報で事件の通報を受けてここへ来た。
I feel like I'm more immersed when I'm reading it
イタリア
myself. I
人
don't
コ
know.
ック殺害さる。
Definitely makes me pay more attention to what's going on.
そう、僕の完璧な読みに
Because when sometimes when just speak, I'm like dozing into my own
異国の技物、刃
thoughts
物といえば
randomly.
国長に間違いない。キラリと光る五つ星は生前の腕前を物語っている。
Oh, it's his
かなり
yeah.
東洋人っぽいが地球規模で見れば気には
The
ならない。
thing he likes to do.
そして背中に突き刺さったナイフ、とっくに死んでいる証拠だ。故に君はどこから見てもイタリア人で死んでいる
Italian. Yes, a chef, and I'm dead. Yes.
なんでもこの大法廷には幽霊が出るという噂らしいよ。
Good job.
今の名推理、どこから見てもさっきの電報の後付けじゃないですか。
だって背中に深々と刺さっているそのナイフを見れば明らかだろ。
あ、これおもちゃです。
ロンドン島恐怖店の売店で大はしゃぎで買ってまいりました。
Yeah, you didn't say anything about her. Is she also dead?
まさかとは思うが。
Yeah, we're not dead.
今さら死んでないなんて言い出すつもりじゃないだろうね。
死んでません。
しかし、
Can you explain how he's talking if he's
君
dead?
は一体何者なのだ。
はい。
That confirms, yeah.
僕は弁護士のなるほど龍之介です。大日本帝国から司法を学ぶためこの大英帝国に留学してきました。
私は御言葉すさとと申します。
Did you need a book for
なる
this?
ほど様をお助けする法務女子でございます。
というのは世を忍ぶ仮の姿。その正体はイタリア人のコック長という可能性は微塵もないのかな。
ありません。
ホームズ様、よろしければその電報見せていただけますか。
これはこの電報明らかに矛盾している。
え？
Why?
よく見てください。大法廷ではなく大法廷です。
大法廷。
あ、そういえば裁判所の近くに大法廷というイタリア料理店があるそうです。
Daily?
陸軍に伝わる恐怖の大砲で焼いた
Seriously?
ピザが名物なのだとか。
But it's Bailey.
そう、あなたは電報の事件現場を完璧に読み間違えたのです。
大英帝国の電報なのに日本語のネタってどうなんだ。
それでは今回はこの辺で。今度はゲームでお会いしましょう。
That was a nice trailer, and it was quite lengthy. Like it didn't like it's not in the game. They did something different. It's cool.
ではコック長君、うまいカルパッチョを所望するよ。
だから僕はイタリア人でもコック長でもありませんから。
Actually, nice way to
That's Phoenix Wright. What's he doing here? And the place looks like a courtroom of the first case in this game. Like, he can't be in this game. What's going on? On Japanese TV. What? I wonder. Games? Do they make games ads there? Quick look. I wonder how long it is. The previous one was hella long. Who's our character? 15 years. Okay, maybe we should not. No. 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 Maybe some other time. Special trial. Do you want to see it? Spoiler town. It's a special. I guess I don't want it. For 15 years. Oh my god. This is serious. I feel old. What are these? Final evening. Is it from the games? 7 days of sin. Evening of day 1.
なるほど龍之介の罪深き7日間第1夜
7 days of sin. What? If we watch you, you want me. Nah, it's a special case. I'm pretty sure it's like some fun thing they did to celebrate 15 years of series. This is also something extra. I thought it was just cutscenes from the game. Now that's probably gonna take a while. Let's not. Not today. But quick look. Wait a second. I mean, they literally have pictures for it, so I assume it's actually like cases. Are you serious? 8 episodes. What the fuck is this? Runst magazine. See? Runst magazine. Ryunosuke finds 2 trouble-making witnesses from his earlier trial having a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue-lashing. Do them all. Maybe I should do it after finishing the second game. I do recognize all the things here though. I wonder if does another game have its own special content? There's no... I can only start the game. Wait, where's the menu? Why new game? Wait a second. Weird. Very weird. Let's not go there then. I guess I'll check... I'll probably play these extra episodes after finishing the second game, just in case. But the backgrounds did look the same as everything we saw in Adventures so far, so... I don't know, probably won't be spoiling anything. But they're probably gonna take a while to finish. Still, even if they're short. Maybe a separate stream for just these episodes would go. Alright, that actually took way much longer than I thought. We did look some extra stuff, but we didn't even check everything. There's tons of videos there too. And 7 hours of stream. Unbelievable. But I gotta say, I'm enjoying every minute of it. I like the game.
I still prefer Phoenix Wright, but I'm definitely warmed up to this guy. I like him. And Susato, of course. Great couple. It's always sad to say goodbye to games when you like them, but we still have a whole game in front of us. 6 more minutes. Yeah, really? 6 more minutes? No. Actually, it says 11 minutes more, but I'm done. Now. So, I'd like to thank you for joining me tonight and sitting through the whole thing with me. And yeah, I hope it was enjoyable. Finished yet another game, and I hope we're gonna finish another game tomorrow. What are we gonna play tomorrow? I don't remember. You'll bleed. How could I forget? Thanks. Yeah, let's do it. I'm sorry. My brain doesn't work. I was kind of tired today for some reason, even though I somewhat had a kind of an alright sleep. Maybe I should take a better sleep today. Gonna go and do that now, I guess. So, wish you a good night when it's gonna be a night for you, and I'll be here tomorrow. So, join me if you wish. It'll bleed. Gotta finish it, I guess. Okay, excited. Me too. See you there. Bye.